Good afternoon, everyone. So sorry about the delay. As you can tell from today's title, I am doing a drag stream. And as luck may have it, I am very picky with my makeup and everything. So that's why it was a delay, because I was like, dang, I don't know what I want to wear, my makeup to look like. So sorry for the delay. Give me 1 second, just getting my headphone on. And oh my god, I cannot get on because my lace is literally blocking my ear. You know what? Screw it. Let's do this for now. Let's stick with one ear in. Give me 1 second. Today's look, if I'll give you I'll give you a little premise. It's the girl, she's coming home from her man's house. But in the in the middle getting ready, his wife came home, and so she grabbed the first shirt she could, and it was accidentally his, but it's too late. She can't do anything now, is there? And so I would probably describe it like, not the blonde bombshell. Oh yeah, this is my very first ombre wig. Well, actually, it's not my first one, but it's majority blonde because I've always wanted blonde hair. But I'm looking at it now, I'm like, I look like the Marlon Wayans from White Chicks. I'll show you right now when I put the camera. Sorry. And okay, get the sleeve and get the sleeve. And here's what it looks like. Doesn't this look like Marlon Wayans or whatever his name is from White Chicks? It looks like it, doesn't it? And I contoured the chest because I wanted to show it off. The thing was, I had it a little bit more open. I had it open more oh jeez, my mic, like this. But I'm like, this might be a bit too much, so we'll close it up. But you guys get the effect. So let's get into it today. Give me 1 second. All right. As you guys can see, we're doing today's gonna be, I hope, the last time we're gonna have to go through what is it, Ace Attorney? Not that I don't like it. I want to get this case done though. I feel we are so close to this case being done. So, Lord hoping that this is the end. And the end of it. So give me 1 second. Let me make sure I have everything set. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, let's go. And also, I am probably gonna go. Not okay. So what I'm trying to say is, I think I may play the older Ace Attorney games. I have played Ace Attorney 1, and then Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I also played Ace Attorney 2. I think that's Trials and Tribulations. So I think Justice for All is the last one I have to play. And then, well, I can't play anything else because the crossover ones and Miles Edgeworth is not ported to here. I'll figure it out. But for sure, I am gonna do the other Ace Attorney games. What am I doing? I want it over here. All right, so let's go. The last time we were here, I think we were about to get new information. Oh yeah, the new witnesses. Okay. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oi, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. No way he tried to do that. Daily, you're not gossip anymore. You can drop the entire pretense now. You don't have to hide it. We all know who you are. But still, I think it's the entire thing with Victorian social standards. You had to have what is it? You had to, God, what's the word? You had to have your social standing was very much important. And it reflects in everything in society at the time. Oh, I buttoned it wrong. Sorry. Let me fix this. But yeah, back to what real quick though. The thing with Victorian society back then that I still don't like is every single bit of your life was scrutinized. And you had to like have everything, or else you weren't in good social standing. But it's like, really? You have to work that hard for just like to be like that? It's like, Jesus. Like, I don't know. Okay. So, let's ugh. I hate Victorian society for that thing. I don't know about you. Okay, let's get back into it. Let me say it. Oh, wait, no, wrong button. Let me say it in his voice. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a Nagi Narukami. The persona crossover, right? We didn't think we need, but we have it now. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Losh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Oh.
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie.
Witness, Governor Caden. Witness, Governor Caden. There you go.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And prosecute.
I was about to say Professor Asogi. No, that's his father. Oh Jesus.
And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly my hair likes to get in my mouth. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain what took place.
Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Now, tell me everything.
Aye, my lord. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Not that everything, please. I don't have much time. I only have like 10 more minutes.
Knowing him, that's what he would say. He would like to say, I only have 10 minutes left of this trial before I have to leave. That's probably what happened last time. That's why he chastised Kazuma. He's like, I had a meeting like an hour after that trial was supposed to end, and you made me miss it. Give me 1 second. Let me get my fan on. All right. Oh, it's done. Okay. Again, don't envy you girls with long hair because this is already too much for me. Okay, let's go.
It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, there you go.
I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot of any plot.
I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great empire, the Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I don't care that.
You're saying you don't know.
Listen, there wasn't a thing about the Professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I can tell you.
I see. Oh no, that was Cosmo. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As I suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Hell yeah. I mean, this is literally the only thing I have. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. My goodness, why am I wasting my time with you stupid Japanese?
What did you say, my lord?
Nothing. Nothing of particular note. So, what do you think?
Like, back to the same thing. Like, we all know Stronghart is the leader now at this point. He has to be the one behind all the plots and everything. But how are we going to convict him? This is hard. Like, I don't know. Are we going to even be able to convict this man of, you know, being responsible? Because it's going to be a tough one, if you ask me. It's going to be very tough. So, I don't know. Like, we all know that... Okay, I like calling him Sus-hart. So, from now on, he's not Stronghart, he is Sus-hart. We all know that Sus-hart is the one dealing all the... Who's responsible for all these things. We know that to be true. But, how are we going to convict him? That's the hard part. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going. Actually, no, I like my hair like this. Sorry, I'm liking half up or half down, half up, half down. I don't know. Anyway, but back to us. But yeah, back to that though. We have to convict him somehow, but I don't know how we're gonna do that. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let's see here. My God, I'm having too much fun today for this. All right, so.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. My goodness, don't you know I have an appointment? It's for my liver cancer.
Oh, so is it terminal?
Why, yes. I'm just trying to go there to ease the pain.
Well, we're gonna make sure you stay here longer than you need. You really need to feel the pain. I'm not trying to make fun of anyone who's a liver cancer survivor or who has liver cancer. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody like that. I just want to say, look, I just did the first thing that came to my mind is like,
now don't you know I have a liver cancer appointment right now?
I'm so sorry, my lord. We'll make sure you stay here longer than you need. Okay, back to the case.
It seemed all you Japanese are facing tenacious.
Ugh.
Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Alright. Now how am I going to break this testimony? We'll figure it out.
It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it! And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
So it just had like a stamp and like looked at it?
Yep, that's official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, then that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
It wasn't me.
Oh my god, I almost did Van Zeke's voice for... I did Kanan's voice for Van Zeke's.
It wasn't me. I'm gonna never say with certainty that it originated from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
Just match it with handwriting. It's like, what is it? There can't be more than like 20 people, right? You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. Oh my god, I was a whittle. With idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Okay, let's keep going.
I assigned the convict to the chief auditor vigil here and put the plan into action behind the
Okay. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role is in the scheme was as a scapegoat.
Excuse me?
That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Is he feeding him the lines to say?
What do you have to say, Caden? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Okay. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, bloody. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Okay, so what, Dr. Scythe, she falsified the information. What could she, Her motivation may be a bit hard to pinpoint, but granted, she's not here, so she's not saying that she's not important, but she's not really relevant to this case right now. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Well, that's your fault, man. You felt sympathy for him. Okay. Oh no, I forgot to press. No, go back. There. Hold it. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who had terrorized the country. Oh my god, I almost did Caden. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Oh, Losh. Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
It is kind of sad though. It really did screw his life up. He lost pretty much everything, and now he had to beg for the longest time until Gregson saw his plight, and so it's a bit sad. It's really sad. You always hope you never get to that point. So but we have to get going. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Huh. I didn't care if there was enough. Hold it! But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye. Well, leave that to me. I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Huh. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. No, I won't tell you. I won't tell you nothing about it. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Hold it! Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? Hey Mustang, welcome in. I know. Today's not king, it's queen. How's your day going so far? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that only. Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Uh-oh. Let's go. Excuse me. Pretty good book. Okay, at least you're eating lunch. I was gonna eat, but then I was like, I don't want to ruin my lipstick. All right, just did. So, well, like, don't worry about waking up late. You just take your time for yourself. I hope you're having a good lunch. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? I'm going through a roller coaster. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? My God, he takes from the governor, doesn't he? Like father, like son. What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Interesting. Tell me more. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit
to crimes he didn't commit. Oh my god, I just made it sound like a poem. To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit. that's like a Shakespearean like in that's what in pentamic whatever pentameter. To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit, but the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna do that again. I wanted to make it sound like a poem. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Okay, how do you say this word? Give me 1 second. Let me look up how the heck do you say this word? Okay, it's gonna be a bit loud. Okay, here we go.
Chicanery.
Chicanery, okay. Chicanery. Chicanery. Okay, there we go.
Why would there be any chicaneries of an escape?
Why are you asking me? I don't know. I wasn't there. Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Solgi never... Okay. If whoever negotiated with the Solgi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that...
My god, are we having Harry Potter references now? I do want to play the new Hogwarts Legacy when it comes out at the end of the year, though. I do want to play that. But I need to upgrade my PC before then.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Oh. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Huh?
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between a Solgi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gods. Aye. Go on then.
That's you. Why are you telling me to go on with it?
And then Stronghart's like,
Don't you fucking dare.
It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
He didn't have anything to bargain with. Interesting. He didn't have anything to bargain with. Is there something in our... There has to be something, right? Sorry. Okay, let's press this. I need to see what happens. Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot say that myself. After all, that the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
Okay, what the heck is these words? I don't even know. Like, what's these words? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's testimony. Autopsy. His testimony from his body. Sir, what happened? He's dead as a doorknob. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities.
I can't. I put them too close. I know I'm mixing up.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, there no one is going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
That perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent burp, this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay, so now that we press it, okay, we have two things that he was armed with. But as per usual, we'll save here just in case we have to go back to a point. Okay, let's push his papers first. Okay, I think this may be the paper. Let's try the papers.
Objection!
Yes, it's the papers. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Ivers, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. You mean this? I mean, come on, he had a sword. You said you could have he got anything he want except paper and pencil. You said that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah.
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah, oh my god. Stop it! He's gonna choke him!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Okay, flashback.
All right then. But what's that on that paper? Paper. A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Oh, a weapon.
After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak. 1 second. I had to close this. There you go. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Ah.
Would I be right in saying that you knew You knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
James, what the blazes are you blithering about? The will was found, right and proper. And the fella saw what I said it would be.
Oh jeez. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you paley wally gullet?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you, your father, did I not? You lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
I went there. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. What?
Shut up!
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
He is trying so hard to make this thing from going. What? No! I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Oh my god, he is so hard on us right now. He doesn't want us to prove anything. He knows! He knows something!
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life.
Ah.
I like doing it. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over them?
Wait, what was it?
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say to me, you stupid idiots? What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. My goodness, I had lunch in 5 minutes. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Oh my god, there's that ring. Imagine being chained up like that by the neck. Ugh. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found about the Asogi paper. I cannot say this word. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called.
in his kimono. That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once,
Okay, let me see it.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, you wee waffinger.
Ah, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat. Of course, is that what you're going to do? Is he just using the animation without the guy? Because like, look, even his cravat is like that. It's still holding him, and there's nothing to hold it with. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? There it is. There. Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
We might want to wait. Not that like I have a specific incidents, but it's like incidents. But I'm like, you might want to wait for that because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a whole lot worse. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived home safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting. Handwriting is that like your old man, aye?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convent was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to think. Where could he have hidden okay, real quick. Let me just get this here. Real quick. So if he hid his will, where would that will be now at this point? That's what I'm interested in. I'm literally trying to figure out where that will is, because it can't be in his clothes because they search for that. But also, how could they have hidden it? I don't know. Okay, let's get back into it because I don't know. I can't figure it out at this point. Okay. As the warder responsible. Okay, there you go. Sorry. Okay, let me press him. Hold it. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
Ugh.
But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? I don't know, sir. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night Uncle, does this really hurt his hands? Like, slamming like that? My god, like, there must be splinters on that thing. Hold it! Well, granted, they probably just rebuilt it after, Seishiro broke it, so who's to say that it doesn't hurt? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the bumpet you didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I forgot. His thing was 2 days ago. My God. I forgot. Yes, you're quite right.
So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh, that is true. This is very, very interesting. Let's see what happens. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the number and the workings of the prosecutor's office. Yet you know so much about the court.
In that case, Lord Stronghart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. Oh, we're bringing him in.
Oh, come on!
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Huh?
I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Ah, shut up.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
Okay, yeah.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, it cannot have disappeared completely in my face.
My God, it's like a magical cravat, because like it's still like that. Okay, obviously because they don't have to make two animations, one for he's being choked, one for when he's not, and he's like imitating it. But still, like, it's just weird for me.
Aye, well, it's down to the governor. It's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Logate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust the lighting. Let's see how that looks. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out which lighting works better for me. This one's gonna. Okay, back to what we're doing.
The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
Man, like he probably hit his head when he got that when he jumped from there.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside that fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. So what could it be that they're looking for? Okay. Hold it! In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. It was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I mean, that's what I found a bit sus. Why was he allowed his sword after what just happened? Wouldn't they have like kept it? I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? That was what I was gonna say. Was I really gonna push the sword? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Okay, still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Okay. Excuse me. What is it? Were they written in English? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! The Scarlet ink in the autopsy report! Was it a... Nope, not that one. Not that one. Red Scarlet Inkstand. But this is from Clint Vance. Well, why is it written in Scarlet? What's happening here? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Right, my thoughts exactly.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted. I don't want to, but I have to.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes,
It was Scarlet. Scarlet O'Hara. No, I'm sorry. Scarlet Envy. As I remember, the document was in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. So, do I push? The autopsy report? Let me try that.
Objection!
Yes, I knew it! I knew it! Let's go! Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Ever again, you have no evidence to say that.
Sorry about my peeking like crazy. Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it, but I remembered it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. He's like, he has his own version. Like, yep, seems about right. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I cannot say these words today. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated.
Oh my god.
Van Zieks, I'm trying to help you. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel?
Well, my lord, I'm pointing my finger at you.
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Huh?
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual.
Okay. So we're getting somewhere now. Now, how is this connected to Asogi? We'll figure it out right now.
And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Okay, sorry. Let me do Cosma. So the document had disappeared. And are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Flashback time. All right then, what was on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. So, so maybe it's not his per se, but Clint, because he knew. Interesting. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Exactly. What?
Objection!
This is madness. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
I mean, that is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? A lot of information, possibly. Clearly, something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Now, what would it, like... Oh god. I don't even know what it could be at this point. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. But what could that secret be? Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I have a terrible theory, and I feel like is Clint the professor? Is Clint the real killer all along? Is this where we're going with this? Because if that is true, holy the last 10 years of this game have been crazy for these people. Okay. This isn't a terrible theory. I'm just theorizing at this point. But if Clint is the actual killer... Oh god. I don't know if this is true, but I want it to be. I want it to be true. Okay, we gotta keep going. But if my theory is correct, holy crap. This changes everything. Let's go.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves of absolute no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Oh, we're having a moment. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldering on. Soldering. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... Okay. 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 Safe here. Safe here. Oh, God. This is going to be big if I'm right. Okay. Am I right?
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. Did I get that? Did I just guess this entire thing? Did I just... Okay, get going. Okay. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. Oh man, we're just basically blaming his brother for this entire thing.
What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
I'm so sorry, Van Zieks, but it may be the truth. This may be the truth because, like, why is it being so secretive? It can only mean that Clint is the killer. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this. Must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. I knew it! No, you can't be suggesting. It was, in fact, the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. I'm sorry, Van Zieks, but it's the...
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice himself. But was he actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities? Okay. Law and order in this country would...
Okay, let me read their lines because I want to see what was happening.
My brother.
Okay.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital.
But was he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature?
If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
Why did that sound like Mickey Mouse?
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
We basically are saying that his brother killed everybody. And I was just joking! But not joking. I just had a terrible shit theory. And it's true! Like, okay, hold up. Like, when I said that, I didn't think it was true. I was just thinking off the top of my head. But this is actually what might be plausible. Like, oh my god. Oh, jeez, I'm big brain. I'm big brain here. Oh, Jesus. But, like, this is crazy. So, if we go with this line of of thought, then it is Van Ziek's brother doing all this stuff, but is it really plausible for that? Okay, not that it's not plausible, because it is very much possible. He blamed Asogi for it, but how are we gonna prove that now? We don't have his will and testament, but to prove that we have to do something else. But it was crazy though, right? Because like that basically means he knew what to do, how to blame everything, and he was also a killer. So no wonder the judiciary is trying to hide the fact, because it would like obviously send shockwaves throughout the nation. So who knows? Let's keep going. Let's go. Okay. Oh, sorry, I clicked the wrong one. I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Wasn't that other?
Lord Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Uh-oh, Sus-hart is getting angry.
Order, order, order in court.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Oh yeah, but didn't he know they had a dog? Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. It was a very well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Is that the hound of the Baskervilles? I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest, the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Uh-oh, it's all coming together. A jewel-studded collar?
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. Listen to me. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
There it is! There it is!
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
It's all coming together! So, Clint really did kill them! Oh my god! We gotta keep going! We gotta keep going!
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? Oh wait, what? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Uh-oh.
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true then.
Clint Van Zieks really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all associated their own!
So we have a racist in the gallery too. Perfect! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Stronghart?
Oh, we're bringing him in. We're bringing him in.
Oh, I want to see him wiggle his way out of this one. But also, did you notice that Caden and Daly are still there? They're like, can't they just leave? I don't think they're that important anymore. What do you have to say, Sus-hart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Oh, ho, ho.
Huh?
The truth, huh? You can't handle the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish.
Oh my god. This is... Ugh. I'm sorry, Van Zieks. I'm really sorry.
Clint.
Oh my god. So...
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed.
So...
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed.
So he knew this whole time!
By a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
What's this artwork? Oh my god. This is cool. Okay, I really like the stylized artwork. It is so good.
The professor.
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but they can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Oh, so he's trying to cover it up. That's why he's sus. Sorry, my screen's a bit dirty.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Okay, that makes sense now, because he died from a sword, from a stab. But all the other ones died because of the dog, which is understandable now, because obviously we kind of figured, because he's Japanese, always carrying a sword. But yeah, we kind of figured. But now it makes even more sense with context. Like, yes, he still killed him, but he killed him after, you know.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Oh, my heart.
Indeed. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father.
I can admit nothing. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I mean, I don't want to go crazy, but we knew he was behind every single thing of these past 10 years.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally, of course.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Oh my god, no. Freaking, I have to do Gregson again. I hate doing his voice. Okay, well, I don't have a set voice on him.
Oh, you're off your rocker. Why can't I do something like that?
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a...
Okay, I'm not even doing his voice.
And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapons about.
And we're short on time, Gregson. I have a lunch in 5 minutes. Can I have Bowery fish and chips? We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So even Gregson kind of had I bet you Gregson had a feeling too. Or he probably knew too much, that's why he was killed. So that night 10 years ago... Oh, sorry. Oh my god, I was thinking Kazuma!
So, that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
Indeed.
Why don't I do it like Yoda?
Guilty he was.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness? We Asogis have no weakness.
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Oh, wipe that smug-ass smile off your face! Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you.
So that's how he knew. Interesting. Okay. And also, that is actually very good. That's actually really good. I like how they threw that in. How it was like that he knew that Genshin was gonna do anything to go see his son again.
I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Well, it's kind of awkward in here, huh?
I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Stronghart?
Oh no. I hate this face of his. Wipe that smug-ass smile off.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zeeks?
Huh.
That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you.
Oh my god. Everything this man has done is so crazy!
It's all thanks to them, that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
This is for Stronghart. That's what I bet you like what is it? Barrick is like, I only have one thing for you.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
Is it though? Is it really everything? I think we all know better.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the conception of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Stronghart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the court anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe.
Oh, what is this music?
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
He just doesn't want to get in trouble. Oh my god. Can we get this man arrested? Something! Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
Oh, come on, Kazuma, keep going.
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all.
That's what we thought too! We're on the same wavelength.
That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
What is Caden and Daly still doing up there?
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts.
Huh?
My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong. I am too strong, I observed. Sorry. Sorry, I had to change something. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were noble, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did nothing to appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But that was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor.
No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor.
Huh.
That will do.
Huh.
Neither Clint Van Zyx nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man.
wait a minute. Hold up. He said 3-paged. But there's only 2 pages. Where's the 3rd page? Where's the 3rd page? He has it. He has that page.
The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I explained. We are gonna figure out what happened here. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice whatsoever, for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you. I was like, someone call an objection. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. I knew it! I saw it!
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zyx and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I know it's Stronghart, but just to be extra safe, you never be too sure. Oh my god, this is great! I'm loving it! I feel like we're this close to the end. Let's keep going. It was Lord Stronghart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zyx nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
Sorry.
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said it was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
He's gonna get his cane and stab me with his unicorn horn, or bash me over the head with it.
You claim my words contained a contradiction. With what? With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
This.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a third page?
No, I just said the wrong word. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle.
Governor Caden,
Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
you were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm like squirrels to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a third page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I'm incorrect, like the third was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
Oh, shut up!
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now.
Okay, there we go, finally! My father's message?
It would be given to you at the end of these. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Sogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitability martyred in words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Please, we need to know what's happening! The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then.
He's like,
God damn it. Fine.
Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the third page of the document for all present here.
But I cannot read Japanese, sir. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
this beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Mikitama! Oh god. Okay. Okay. Let me go. Okay. Let me read his last words. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
We couldn't have given it. Okay, real quick though. You couldn't have given it to any of us, like the prosecution or the defense. Granted, like it could be like we can mix stuff up, but we could have translated it. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Okay, let's see what it says. Kazuma, Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in the darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head? Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generation. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel
when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of the Asogi papers have been updated in the court record.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible to the will of the courtroom. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible to the will of the courtroom.
Okay. Can we look at the sword?
There has to be more.
Let's see. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your Ryunosuke!
Oh god. Okay, granted that would be me too, because I take things quite literally, but still, come on.
Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago.
Of course she has.
And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound tightly wound sheet of parchment?
There it is! Oh my god! Oh! There is the will and testament! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew.
This is so good. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Oh god. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Clint Van Zeeks' will has been entered in the court record.
Okay. Okay. What is it? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? Okay. We can't read it. No! Okay. But there it is. It was in Karuma this entire time. Oh my god. Okay. Calm down. We gotta finish this.
However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
Oh, do we have news for you?
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. And when he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Though much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Oh, how do? Oh, how do you do, sir? I am the will right here. I am willing to say everything. I've been in the sword. Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? and Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Does it look like I care?
Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Am I just doing that?
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naroda. I have to present some evidence now, or it's all over, but can I? Yes, we can! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd.
Oh, we have him scared. We have him scared.
There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive. Uh-oh.
He's like,
Oh, shit.
well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, we just found it. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Huh?
What? Oh shit. Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, he is pissed.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Oh god. He is pissed.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Did you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Is that so, Sus-hart?
Is that so?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Oh.
Lord Clint Van Six really did pin away that day.
It's exactly as the young Jackman's man said. We did that out. No!
We have a right to hear what in that will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord.
We've all shoved him in a corner. He's cornered now.
It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Renosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
No, for God's sake.
Oh, too bad.
No!
Oh, you poor, poor man. There's nothing you can do now. Oh, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do his voice?
I penned this.
Oh, no. Glancy says,
I penned this my last will. I penned this my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Osogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed in his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people.
oh my god. This is so crazy.
I, Clint Van Six, Lord of the Manor of the Van Six Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has become known to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
I will not here discourse the corruption rife amongst the aristocracy, for which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who had bitterly sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing a position of power. Oh my god, this is law for that one piece of paper. The law is impotent against such a vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace.
Okay, so he... the dog.
That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems.
Oh my god. So...
The couple was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Okay, so he killed that one guy because he saw where he there was corruption going on basically, and he wanted to make his thing come to an end. But now that he was caught, did Stronghart tell him to start killing these people?
as I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast.
I don't know why this voice is his. I just can't do it anymore. Okay, let me do it. Let me do a better one.
There is no path. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asoki who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
So he was the one commanding him. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Seeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghart. It was you! Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy the justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. We all knew. Okay, so it was even bigger. He was the one having people killed too.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down.
It had to be done.
Oh, shut up. Okay. Hey guys, Ryunosuke, Kazuma, grab those swords and slice this man in half.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man.
This is too good.
The rebirth, the professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
But you killed him, didn't you? I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Jigoku shot him. Judge Jigoku.
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool. Oh my god. So, Jigoku was... Oh, okay. This is insane!
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred.
one second. Sorry, I forgot that. I got it. I got a message.
We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Oh, it's it.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast. If people find out the convict was really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire.
Oh wait, what was the voice he gave him? It was like, man, then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Oh, Jesus.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat.
Oh, that is just terrifying now.
He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
Father.
Clint.
Asogi.
Imagine it was like a cough. But now what? What do we do?
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Because of you. Don't get it twisted. You were the one who did it. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I really reminded him of that.
No, okay. You manipulated him with that position, and of course you knew that. Man, you deserve death. Can we kill this man right now?
How do you sleep at night?
On a nice soft pillow, the soft mattress, and with all the problems gone from my mind. These past 10 years have I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
You just used manipulation. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you? I've saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you oh, sorry. That's my, that's Arena's skin. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, You made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
No, it wasn't, you freaking son of a bitch. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Yes.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. Oh my god, his pupils are so freaking tiny!
You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen of this room? I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Oh my god, this is so good.
Okay.
What? What's the slow clap for? Okay.
Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
But what are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, though that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how'd you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
No, you are not. You are not safe from anything. I don't care what you think, Sus-hart. You are not. You have not committed a crime? Yes, maybe not physically, maybe not done the things, but you were the mastermind, which makes you responsible by association.
Objection!
Guilty by association. You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
No, it is not bargaining. It is way past that. You manipulated them.
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to be common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of Royals and Nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. The evidence was fabricated at the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves.
Oh, God.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
The things Lord Stronghart has done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the Reaper of it the years has done wonders for the crime rates. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Stronghart.
You bunch of fools!
Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. Oh, don't you take that. Don't you take your bow.
For the rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude.
You manipulated them too!
Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation into his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Wait. Is this the time we use that? Use the thing? We gotta use that now. We gotta use it now. But just to be sure that that's the right course of action. Let me save here, just to be extra sure. Oh my god, I don't want to end now. I gotta keep going. We have to keep going. Yes. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruto, what evidence is there used at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it's now. Come on, pull the ear, pull the ear, pull the ear.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave. All right, here goes. Heave.
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes.
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto, because I'm over here. Look over there.
Mr. Naruto, he's in the courtroom. He's a hologram! He's a hologram! He's a hologram! Oh my god! My god, Iris never disappoints. She commuted the telephone, she created the hologram. What's next? She's gonna make the airplane? It's Mr. Sholmes! Oh my god. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Stronghart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
You can't get him. You can't.
What the? We can't get it out of him, my lord. Wait, just go right there.
He's just dancing. He's like, ha 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 ha. You can't get me. This is so good. Oh god, I love you, Sean. I love you so much. Oh my god. Okay, keep going. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Oh my god, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your...
Oh god, okay. Okay, calm down. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Okay, so they didn't invent the telephone. Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
They knew! They always know, but they don't tell us because they want to make a little game. It's just like some kind of party game they do all the time. I wonder. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking,
Where exactly are you?
the very question I was waiting. Thank you. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham.
He is with the Queen! He's with the Queen Victoria! Oh my god, this is so good!
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? Tell me, I'm embarrassed. Is Iris with you there?
Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
He is with Queen Victoria!
Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What?
Imagine Queen Victoria just pops up in the thing. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naroda.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be. No. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Oh, Sholmes, you bad man. Wow. You gotta give him a hand. Give him a hand, everybody. He knew from the beginning, and he knew that he needed to record it. And Victoria has been watching it from the beginning, and she heard everything that Stronghart said. Oh, you in trouble now, boy. Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you. Okay, let me do it again. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. This is a dream. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely.
Iris! I'm so sorry to keep all you waiting. Vicky! That's her nickname. She already gave her a nickname. I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Oh my god. I can't wait.
A message. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore.
Okay, let me do it in the Queen voice. Oh, no, wrong button.
Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore.
Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his.
Okay, let me do like jump to short back.
Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Oh, you sucker. You got played.
Mayor Stronghart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Oh my god, what are you gonna do, huh? There's nothing you can do now.
Adjourned! Court is adjourned!
Oh, oh, God. Oh, it's gonna go past. It's gonna break. Oh, Jesus. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Hello? Look behind you. Gee, did he just die? Did he just die right there? I think he died. He got burned to death. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon.
Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
But what do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Well, look at you now. A disgraced man. What a shame. What a shame.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks?
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? Man, he's just like lost in everything, huh?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
Oh, yeah, we never finished it, did we?
What?
We never finished. Oh, okay, back to it.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor.
I'm so sorry for his voice. Okay, I'll give him a normal voice for this one time. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Yeah.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Oh, is he gonna cry? Please don't cry. Please don't cry, Van Zieks. Oh.
Clint.
A moment of silence. Male Stronghart. You colluded with Seiichiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly had murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak.
Huh?
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remain.
Oh my god. You know, you are such a lowlife. I hope this man gets everything he deserves. At this point, he's not even like they said, not even a human anymore. You're not even human. You sicken me. How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Ah.
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
He's back! He's back! The regular judge is back!
May I suggest, therefore, that we trust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
Oh, I missed his gavel.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that the British justice so warped and twisted over its long journey and long history was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it.
Oh, he believed in me from the start. What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances on the birthday.
Oh, okay, never. It was deep down, but he was covering it up.
Mrs. Naruto, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, Lord of Antiques. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. There he is.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruto. What a relief.
Oh, I wouldn't say that's true. I'm well aware that with all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, There are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Snaps. Snaps all around. Ah, that's my boyfriend.
That's mine too. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting British justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere, I'll be going. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
None taken. No apology needed. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Beric van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Beric van Zieks
Not guilty! Yay! Oh god, I need to see these fireworks again. Come on, baby, let's go. Oh god, that was so long.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh my god. Wow. Just wow. This took so long, and we finally reached the end. Wow. We gotta keep going though, we gotta see the end. See the final stuff. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Oh. Huh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Don't cry, Susie. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Well, he's not smiling. I want him to smile at least once, please. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
Huh?
But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime.
Excuse me! What was that burp in the middle?
You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Okay. Let me say it again. What magnanimous order.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma.
Oh, there he is! He's here!
He's like, you called. Mrs. Sato, there's another face like thunder in here.
Oh, I shouldn't have presumed. Oh my, and he really was here.
What do you mean? You didn't notice him? Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Dang it, there's this blonde hair stuck in my face. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps.
What was it?
Yeah, that's what it's just meant. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh my god, this is so good. This is so beautiful. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
Oh wait, what's that? The will that Lord Clem Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Huh.
Oh yeah, they had to duel right after this.
Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor you. That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps. Oh, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Oh, we get another flashback. Perfect.
Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition to the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me.
I'm not going to do the echo, not for this moment.
Anyway, Hyujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there, and at once. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there, and at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the Gentry in hiding there. A lady of the Gentry? She's not in a good way.
and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I could truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you. Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. But say sure. No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugen.
So he knew too at that time.
Right. I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Oh, there she is, the poor lady. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
But she died in childbirth, didn't she?
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. The trunk! For the time, but the old travel caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But when I saw the emblem on the side, that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ah!
Oh, okay. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Kind of funny, huh? I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain a permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend.
Don't tell me Is he saying she is Clint's daughter? No way. No way, no way, no way. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikitoba. In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikitoba.
oh! Translated to English, that's right. Ayame. Or in English. Oh my god! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! I knew it! Iris is Clint's daughter? And Van Zeeks is her uncle! Iris!
I had no idea.
What the? Ow. Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? Oh, they pulled the ear. This little thing just pinched me on the behind of my trouser pocket hard. Oh. Ah, my dear fellows. Can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Oh. Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. He got his revenge.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you are simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Oh god. So we had to go. Oh, he's smiling! He's smiling! Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Oh my god, this is so funny.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
And there they go. The boyfriends. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Oh, that is kind of true though. I don't want it to happen, but it's gonna happen.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke Naruto.
Oh, the boyfriend's leave. I'm truly honored.
Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Miss Naruhodo. Oh my god, that smile on her face too! Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
God, this is such a good... I'm already loving this.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
Oh, he's gonna go back to Japan, isn't he?
I'm home.
Gina! She's back!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. I forgot about Venus.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must...
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, I assure you, it would defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikitoba.
The world famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard, I guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikitoba, I detect no hint of surprise. Not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikitoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Bruno! There you are! Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Oh my god, I love this already.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup. I'm losing me copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. A diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
She doesn't trust him, does she?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
Iris, don't cry.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned to the deck, is he?
Well, people can change, you know.
That is true. Don't forget that.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Huh?
Oh, he's gonna give it to Gina. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be you, Gina.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
God, I don't want to say goodbye to these people, but the game's gonna make us say goodbye. I can already feel it.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh.
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in, kicking and screaming.
It's gonna be kind of hard because he's dead for 10 years.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Poor Iris is like traumatized. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. She's like, I already know it, and I don't think we happen to know.
Huh?
Because she already has a family. Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree?
Oh, she sees Sholmes as her father. I know. With everyone. Oh God, this is so wholesome. This is so beautiful.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, she's calling him her father.
Oh God, this is so beautiful. Oh God, I don't want this to end.
I think, Mikatoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I have solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Oh my God. He'd just do it randomly one day. He would. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Oh. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place for... Oh, no, I want to stay. I want to stay in Britain. No, Ryunosuke, game, don't make him leave. Make him stay. But he has to reform the Japanese legal system. It has to be done. So we'll go. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. He's gonna ask. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Huh? That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Oh no. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. Oh, so it wasn't at Windibank's. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. I should know it's earlier, no mind. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today,
I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. I mean, she will find out eventually. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
No, not really. I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Oh my god, I forgot how it looked. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. God, I want to cry. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. We stand character development.
The path of a defense lawyer, huh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back. That's why. Sorry. Oh god, this is hard to say. Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I would say you made quite a good resolve.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Oh, so was Susato just standing there? Susato-san.
I just want to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite all right.
I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Oh, the silence.
Susato-san? Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
Sorry. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant by his side, at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san.
Thank you. Excuse me? God, why am I feeling this emotional about a game? Well, this is it. Today's the day. We're leaving. I can't believe this day's finally come.
Oh, Iris, no! You're really leaving then, Runo.
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going.
Me too. Me too, Iris.
But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Oh, God. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but... A second. I need to hear this, the other side. But... It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris. You do that. Oh, God. Time to go.
Susato-san.
Oh! Voice acting.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Where is Kazuma?
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Is he to the left?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
The gang's all here? Where's Van Sinks? I want to say goodbye to my last boyfriend while I'm here.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Oh my God.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Is he gonna change to prosecution?
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
I knew it.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Take
I'd
Karuma.
like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them.
Oh god. I don't want to cry. I feel like I might cry though.
As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Oh god.
Until we meet again then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
She wants to come?
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
He convinced
You're
her.
so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
You are.
Honestly, you
really
never
are.
change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You see? He was always boyfriend from the beginning. I knew he was boyfriend. But he's only second boyfriend, so Sholmes is #1 boyfriend.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Oh, that's what she did.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
I'm sorry.
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
No.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
I'll just take it off now. I don't need
What
this
are his
anymore.
feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
No.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Oh god.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
What do I think? Come with me! Let's go!
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
What do you mean you're incompetent? You're more than enough. Come on, Susie, let's go.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Sus-hart-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
She already did it.
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
She planned this entire time!
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Oh my god. She did this from the beginning. Oh my god, I love this. This is such a good ending. Okay, we gotta go.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Oh, this is the first time I heard Iris's voice, I think.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
We gotta duel. We gotta find out who's the best lawyer from Japan. Oh, is it a cutscene? Oh god.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
Oh my god.
A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Oh my god.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Oh my god, that was so
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What?
His boyfriend is coming back to Japan!
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Oh my god, the family's gonna have a big family reunion back in Japan.
That this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh god, this is actually happening.
Peculiar twists of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
Oh,
and when we're
god.
together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But
Oh, God.
Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, that was such a good transition to her actual voice.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Oh! Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh, God. Oh, I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote and return as they say today, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. He's come back! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, keep going. Who else?
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Aw. Yeah, probably not Iris. That might not be best. Oh god.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear a prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Oh, Van Zeeks, that was so, like, all these characters are so good. They're so well written.
Oh, Toby, the boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what my own chief inspector told me here. I'm gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Gina, you're such a strong girl. Don't anyone tell you that you can't do anything, okay? Oh, God.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. You might be a dive at art, but it's a good art. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction a la Gregson, as they say.
Oh, he was supposed to come back and... Oh, God. See, this is...
Oh, Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Foreign Affairs. Objection, oblique officer overruled. The minutes has been didn't print anyway. What was the Canis Council for the Defense and women are forbidden into the courtroom? Oh, really? My friend Susan is in the British room at all time and doing a wonderful job.
Oh my God, they're all here. Perhaps I should have engaged in the services of a regular legal team. Oh my God, I forgot about them, and they were so... That was so good. Hosonaga, why'd you get them?
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? Oh my god. No. And I'm glad. Oh, such a sweet mother-daughter moment. Oh my god, that was like, I like how the credits always give you a last chance to see them. Is that it? Oh, Albert!
Here I am again, a Great Britain, on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter, saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vain to thin air sometimes.
Oh, Albert, you don't learn, do you? You don't learn a damn thing, and it's great. Oh, God.
Oh. When I went to make the waxback impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the I'd got on the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing which the spells would not do.
Shh. Oh god, that is... Oh, Daily. Everyone calls me gossip. I still jotty little tidbits that passes by, you know. Everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti, and I'm more red than my head.
Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it right together. Oh my god, that is such a good moment! I love how they're in prison together. Oh god. Who else is missing? Are we gonna get a Stronghart moment? Oh no, I don't know. When I was accepted on the Foreign Society tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended it up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. And then with Kazuma, it's so good. Like, the plots for this second half is so good.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney. Some might say, roll credits. Well, we're already in the middle. Someone might say, we're already in the middle of the credits. Too late to say roll it because it's already been rolling.
And then Mikotoba. Oh, he filled in the eye. He filled in the eye. And there's the family photo. Oh my god. Oh god. This is the family photo I was expecting. God. Oh god. The thing is, like, oh my god, we see her in her full varsity uniform now. Oh wow. I like doing him like that. Jesus. Manny Memo. I swear to god, this man. Is he gonna fall backwards? Okay, while the credits roll, I'll just say, I was impressed by this entire second half, second game, because I understand this whole game is 2 games put into one. So the second game, this Resolve, oh my god, the writing is so good. Like, it does the great thing of somehow managing to tie everything together and make it all connected, but still have it be a mystery that it's a little hard to see. So just having all of that and everything else at it as well, it's just amazing. And it really keeps you on your toes. Granted, some things are predictable. There are a couple things, but at the same time, like, it doesn't make it obvious, which is surprising. Because usually when it comes to things like this, you expect to see, oh, I know exactly where this is coming in, but no. It constantly throws punches at you, and you don't know where it goes next. And oh my god, like, the entire thing, like, everyone's connected is amazing. Because how many times do you get something like this where you have well, you get it something, but oh my god, everything was connected so well, and I was surprised. And like, I'm glad I took these few months to do it, and I'm also glad I got to do it in front of you guys, because I would never have like gotten this far without having some kind of motivation to do it. Granted, I like this game, but I got to the point where I was like, I'm getting a bit tired of going through it, so that's why I took the break, and I decided to come back to it after some time to get to start streaming. I wanted this to be my first game I streamed on Twitch. Oh, he's freaking tap dancing. But yeah, I'm glad that I got to choose this game to be my first, because I wanted to have not that I didn't have a history behind it, but I wanted to be able to go on this journey with you guys, and I'm glad I did take it with you guys. This was a lot of fun. And so to have it end here with how a lot of things are resolved, as the name of the game is, I'm glad you guys were here with me, because this was amazing. Oh god, you guys are a crazy bunch. Thank you for this game. Well, would you look at that? Oh god. What can I say? This was a long journey. Oh my god, that is such a great portrait. Oh god. Oh, okay. Well, you guys, that was the great Ace Attorney. What can I say that I didn't already say? This was, wow. So I don't know where to go after this. So I will be back with another Ace Attorney. Most likely Justice for All, like I said, because that's the one game I haven't completed yet. I think I started, but I forgot. Whatever it is, it's the one with the family, that crime family. So I forgot what the game that is. So we'll figure it out soon. So there's that one, and then I will still be doing Persona. So the Persona 4 Fridays will be a thing. I just have to switch it because I needed a longer day today to do this. So yeah, you may see another Ace Attorney game, or I may come back to this one to do those side things that are in the menu. So I might do those too. But who knows? Who knows? So anyway, thank you guys for coming in today. This was a long time coming. I can't believe I finally reached the end of this game, and I'm glad you guys were here for it. So yeah, we'll be back on Friday, or sometime sooner. I'll upload the schedule by the end of tonight or tomorrow night, and you'll see. Check my social media, check my Instagram when I'm gonna go on. I always say when I'm gonna go on there, and my stories, so keep an eye on there. And then check my schedule here on Twitch. That way you can see me. You can see when roughly I'm gonna go on. And then I have Twitter, and I'm posting when I'm going on now. So that way you say, okay, going now. Okay, and so until then, thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you for coming along with me on this long journey, especially you, Mustang. You were here from the very, very start, and I'm so glad you were here for it. Thank you so much for being here. I'm not ending streaming forever. I'm not. Don't think I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm not. I'm just saying thank you guys for coming in for this game. This was crazy. So until the next time, I'll see you later. Bye.